Hello, hello. Check, check. Oh, check, check. Check, 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 check. Okay, there we go. We have liftoff. Well, just gonna jump into it. Should I do some kind of intro? I don't think anybody's actually watching this yet. Maybe for the 6 people who check out the VOD. But, yeah, basically, I'm working on my Telly map. Where did I leave off yesterday? I more or less worked up a blueprint path using blueprints in lieu of keys in this map. And I'd say I got halfway done with this second blueprint path. I like the structure is more or less there. It's a fairly simple setup so far, so I got to find some way to make it interesting. And then I'll have the third blue key path, and then whatever that opens up, probably over here somewhere. And that'll probably be most of the map, so hopefully something I can finish in the next 3.5 hours. I really do hope that's true. I'm gonna have to kind of focus on this one now and actually dig into some of the actual, you know, mapping instead of as much screwing around as I was doing yesterday, because I did waste a lot of time just poking around with various detailing and stuff just to get comfortable with things. So now that I have an idea of what all that stuff's supposed to be like, I should be able to just knock out most of the geo, knock out the block out, and block out the rest of the map, knock out the block out, and get something somewhat interesting together in the next hour or so, I feel like. And then I can spend any leftover time detailing and touching things up. Some considerations I know I want to look into are, I don't want this entire expanse to be traversable, so when you fall off on this side of the wall here, probably some kind of separator or wall or barrier, maybe some decorative structures, combination thereof, and of course, I need to put some lifts and some other ways to get back up once you fall, depending on how much of this stuff ends up broken up by texture, or not textures, but structures and walls and things like that. If it ends up being all open, or if I end up breaking it up a little bit, maybe a monster, some specters down here, something like that. Something interesting. I don't know. I don't really want to have a whole bunch of just chaff hanging around in the map for the sake of it, just to fill space, but I also don't want this to be completely pointless if you fall down, and I don't think I want to make it a damaging floor or anything like that. So maybe put some specters or some tellies or some roaming enemies. I don't know. The problem is I don't want them all like just bunching up here at the bottom if they wake up, so I'm not sure what I'll have to do about all that. Yeah, so a few things I want to try to figure out. Hopefully nothing too crazy, but let's see. The other things I need to do is, it seems like, let me just, I guess I'm going to go ahead and turn the timer on now since I'm going to start working. Or before I do, I'll finish this thought, but I'm pretty sure that from like here, maybe somewhere around this vicinity, the player can actually see these tellies. They wake up, and I only want them to become a threat once this wall is down and you come into this area. So I don't want them to pursue you too early. So they need to be blocked off in some way, or maybe I can just get away with lowering them. I did already kind of try to do that. Put them like here. Hopefully they can't see the top of this thing now. I think this guy might still be able to. I'm not totally sure. over here also might be true here. So I'll have to test that, see if I can get that figured out. Because I do want these guys to kind of float around and chase you. This fight is pretty scuffed right now. This is going to need some balancing. You just don't have enough ammo. I always, I think I overestimate the power of the super chain gun in this WAD. It's not amazing in my opinion, so... yeah, I need to do a little balancing on that. And okay, but anyways, enough blabbing. I think I just need to start digging into stuff and see where this path takes me. So let's go ahead and start the timer. And did that do it? Yes. All right. Cool. Cool. Let's go. I do want this to be symmetrical. I have an idea forming in my head. John Tellington. No, John, you are the Tellys. Deep fried erotic poultry. I don't think I've ever seen the name of this song consciously before. It's kind of funny. What's going on, MWG, man with gun? You know, looking at this makes you want to make a map for the Telly project. This is not even. Let's do 4 and... Whoop. What am I doing? There we go. Trying to figure out how I want to have this OBS screen so I can also see the YouTube and stuff. There we do this. Doing work, making money. Trying to get that scratch. Mapping is not money. No, it is not. It is not money at all. And I'm happy for it to stay that way. Personally speaking, I'm happy for it to stay that way. The Cane of the Top Hat. Greetings to you too. Although I'm not totally sure. If somebody wanted to commission me to make some levels for like a retro shooter, like I know some of the Waffle House crew have been commissioned for things before. What was it was like some fantasy game on the UZ Doom engine, or I guess at the time GZ Doom engine. I could be down for something like that, maybe. Something that's like closer to my actual wheelhouse. Take like a contract to make a certain number of levels for a shippable game. I could do something like that, but I wouldn't want to. I don't think I'd want to get a job doing it or anything else. Saw it as a hobby rather than anything else. Yeah. Same thing with making midis. People have asked me, they're like, oh, have you thought about like you could make money doing it? I'm like, nah. It would have to pay a lot more money than people would be willing to pay me for it to be worth my time to do it. So I'm fairly well compensated at my job. So in order for my hobby to turn into a deliverable and diverge from being a downtime from the thing that actually stresses me out, it would have to pay a good amount of money. But we'll see. If somebody made me an offer, I wouldn't not entertain it. I can also say that. Did offer you MIDI. Yeah, the thing is, whenever I do something like that, it's always like I made the choice to offer it to people. I've done that quite a few times now, and I like doing that. I get slightly more stressed out if I try to make a MIDI that somebody specifically asks me to, especially if they have like a short deadline. Although I've gotten a lot better at it. I've done a lot more quick MIDI making these days, so I think that's also part of it. Just the process itself. I just enjoy the entire process of composing MIDIs. So if I get kind of obsessed with an idea, I turn into like a bloodhound. I just like sit there and work at it until I can get it exactly how I want it. Sitting there for like hours at a time, and all of a sudden I'm like, oh my god, I need to figure out like food and all kinds of other stuff. I've just been sitting here making MIDIs. With how much free amazing WADs are available, I feel like mapping as a job is now quite literally impossible. For Doom anyways, for Doom. But there's plenty of stuff happening, you know, within the realm of boomer shooters and retro shooters and even just Doom engine games in general that I think it's not that much of a stretch to think that there could be a decent number of opportunities to pick up some money doing it. You know, what's the studio that Bridge Builder is in charge of? They're making the Hell something and that other game I can't remember the name of, that's I think like Mechadon's project with Essel Forsham and stuff like that, whatever that's called. Somebody knows what those are called. Hellforge Studio, that's right. Oh, that looks cool, I like that. Nope, that's the right? Yeah, okay, good. I have this issue sometimes where if I make like a sector and then I have like a outline of some kind, like it's a detail, I want to start like adding vertices to the outward facing part of that, I end up putting it like on the wrong inset of the sector. I like putting it, you know, here or something by accident. Whoever gave me that thought to just select all these and give them the same offset is so obvious. And I'm mad at myself that I didn't think about it sooner. It's always weird how these sectors will... I guess it's because they were joined on this side, but sometimes it always throws me off. What I don't want is for you to be able to jump down from here, so we're going to have to do something with that. I get when you're used to the process, it comes naturally and you don't need to work really hard. Something going on. Mike here. Hello. Hello. There we go. Okay. Cable is really sensitive. Managed to finally get off my ass and make that 1 hour Telly speed map. It took 2 hours and a half. Yeah, it's so easy to bite off more than you can chew. That's one of those things where I think if you want to really get the timing down to a bit of a science, you do need to start, at least in some capacity, beginning to think of Doom maps in like discrete like stages or segments. So I was kind of explaining this somewhat yesterday, but thinking of the map in terms of like number of encounters, how much content does an encounter actually constitute? How long will it take to make? How long will it actually take to get through? So, you know, an encounter could be anything from, you know, the fight that happens when you finally get the BFG to the sort of incidental space between the blue door and the first arena behind it. And thinking about how those affect the timing of the map. And also how much work it will take to put into them, because you can also very easily break those down into discrete deliverables if you're thinking about this more from like a project management perspective, I guess. So, you know, the blocking phase, the detailing phase, the thing placement, tweaking the geometry for gameplay, you know, any of those number of things, you can start thinking of them in discrete stages. And at least once you start doing that, I won't say it like completely helps against scope creep, but it definitely gives you a lot of power to rein things in. So I think it's very helpful, maybe even a bit necessary if you want. If efficiency is important to you, I'd say it's a bit necessary. Because then you can really like catch yourself when you're like starting to get outside of what you were actually trying to do. You're like, this is not what I actually need to be doing right now, or this is more than I wanted to do. But I don't know, I guess it does come at a trade-off, because that sort of like just flow-based mapping, you know, is certainly a lot less realistic if you're trying to keep meticulous track over what you're doing and why. So yeah, some random thoughts about that, I suppose. So easy to get caught up in details before nailing down the gameplay or the overall flow. Oh, absolutely. Personally, I think that is totally fine, and in fact, oftentimes somewhat necessary. At least from where I tend to map, a lot of what I'm trying to do with the map comes from the actual like theme or vibes or visual design of the map. And so to some extent, having a better idea of what the map looks like just gives me a lot of information about what kinds of encounters I should be putting in the map and how big the spaces should be and everything else. So I do think it comes at a point where you need to stop overly detailing if you want to make progress. But essentially what I end up always doing at the beginning of my maps is I establish what you would consider like a proof of concept for the visuals in a small area, and then I'll usually start expanding out into more like broad strokes, block out and flood filling and things like that. But I find that often helps inform my process, because it takes away a lot of that like what if, and then if a random idea sparks me while I'm working on things later, I can kind of compare it to the visual theme I've already started to sort of establish, which is, you know, and a good example of where these things came from. You know, I had more or less kind of started working on these big block textures, and then at some point while I was detailing or working on something, I came up with this, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is great, and then it sort of fed into the rest of it. And not that this really has much of an impact on gameplay, this isn't the most complete example of that, I suppose, but you know, it made a lot of the detailing later on take a lot less time, because I kind of had a decent idea. People would kill to make longer maps, and I'm here praying for the ability to stop making massive goddamn heaps. Yeah, I used to have that problem a lot. That's again where just thinking about the map in more like discrete terms can help out a lot. You decide how many straight up encounters something is. Because I think that's where a lot of the scope creep and the bloat comes from, is you're like, all right, well, I'm going to have this path that takes you to the red key and this path that takes you to the blue key. And you think like, okay, this map is only going to have 2 keys. That's not going to take very long. You know, that is a few things, but I can work that out pretty easily. And then you lose sight of the fact that it's like, well, it's not just I have, you know, something that's along the way here and something that's along the way there. And sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I get this symmetry right. What am I doing here? How does this need to look? Should be down here. I feel like I don't have this right. So I lost my train of thought on the point I was trying to make for a second, but I just want to make sure that this is correct. This stuff confuses me sometimes. You know what I need to be doing? Here's what I need to be doing. Let's split this. Let's get rid of this. Wait, let's just make this a sector. And I do see I left a Doom guy up there. I think I was going to put like a potted plant or a light or something on that. There we go. Let's just do this. No need to make it more trouble than it's worth. Come on. I guess what I was talking about earlier though was yeah, so when you're sort of counting the number of discrete things that constitute, you know, the red key path or this quest or the side quest or whatever, if you start thinking about how many encounters it is and start actually like chunking them down into like large, medium, small, you know, getting a realistic idea of that kind of thing. And my voice just cracked. Oof. It can help a lot with the raining and the scope of the map, and that's absolutely something that I've found success in doing. It's like planning, if you run D&D, which I know a lot of, there's actually a decent amount of overlap, I think, but if you ever run, you know, a D&D game, there's a lot of the same types of things that go into getting ready. If you're a DM, I mean. That's what I mean by running D&D. I'm not referring to like a rapper or something. How much time have I used? About 20 minutes so far. I think I'm making some pretty good time on this. So what I'm thinking of doing is this is going to be like a damaging floor pool. I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to lay this out yet. I'm still thinking about how this is going to work. It feels like it needs to be a little bit bigger, but I am trying to respect the fact that I don't want the map to be huge. So what I'm thinking of doing with this is, this will be like you drop down into it kind of thing, so you can't immediately get out. And then maybe there's a switch here at the end, and we'll have some sort of timed encounter with, like, you know, monsters that teleport in. Let's see. One danger of, at least in my experience, doing the shading prematurely is this kind of thing where it gets a little bit confusing to make adjustments to things. But yeah, so there'll be some sort of timed encounter where you got to be down here. I was thinking of making it like a hurt floor. I'm not totally sure why I want to do that, but I was kind of thinking about that. but maybe that won't make a lot of sense when paired with a timed encounter. I'm not sure. Or maybe I can have, you know, some raised segments or something that act as a safety, and you'll have to kind of maintain your footing on that or run from place to place. Let's see what I can do. This is a very small area. This could be damaging floor. I don't know. $50 rockets, Telly deluge, don't blow yourself up. I was no joke actually thinking about something to that effect. Because I did think about this a little bit last night, even though I stopped working on it after I ended the stream. But I was thinking, I was like, I do want to have the rocket launcher in the map. What would be a fun rocket launcher encounter? Probably blowing up a whole bunch of Tellys. So I think the easiest thing that would happen here is, so maybe this starts in the down position. Or maybe it needs to turn into a lift, basically, when the encounter is over. So the easy way to do it would be to just make this a lift. So I could start out by making this damaging. Then we'll have like a timed conveyor belt thing. And at the end of the time limit, this will raise up and join the sector and remove effect, and it will turn into a lift. I think that'd be an easy way to do it. And then, you know, we can trigger something to be an encounter once you pick this up, just as a sort of final piece. Maybe. I think that the problem with having things like this, where I'm purposefully not making this kill floor or damaging floor, is it's going to give the player the impetus to think that it's fine to just jump off if they need to escape from danger. And which means if I just put like an arch file here, you're just going to jump over, and then you'll have like a really cheap encounter probably where you're maybe shooting at him from down here. You're waiting on the lift or something like that. Would just not be that interesting. What's probably more likely is like some cacodemons or some floating tellies. So if you do jump off, they can actually chase you. Clippy, I just mowed lawn for the first time this year. Oh my god. Finally catching up. So we can do rocket launcher here. We can do, what would be, it'd be fair to give a blue armor here, right? I think so. And then I think I am gonna like unironically use the Telly spam idea, because I was already thinking about doing that, and you mentioning it just reminded me that. So that's a good that's a bit of serendipity. It's a sign from the universe that I should do it. So that's 30, 60 rockets. Is that right? I think 60 rockets should be more than enough. Wish I could visit longer, bud. Thanks for sharing this and keep Telly and Tellying alive. Of course, we will. You know, feel free to put your phone in your pocket and put your earphones in and just walk around doing your business, listening to the stream. That's totally fine. You know, anything you want to do, you are more than welcome to do that. Okay, this is good. I don't know if I like this. I want something that has like a good contrast. Ideally not one of the stock Doom textures. This is hideous to me. In the right context, it's not, but in this context, it looks hideous. Is this slime animated? Oh, I didn't add the updated resources. I saw that Stupid Bunny added some updates, but is this going? You got the brown sewer water. Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to use that or not. What's going on? Numsoic sneaking on in there. And Nick1514, what's going on? How are you? Those slime sequences are animated. Okay. Good to know. I might just go with some classic nukage. Oh wait, what about this? Now this is a situation where I want to do a brightness transfer, but I want to have multiple, I think I want to have multiple brightness transfers. Because I do want the walls to remain dim for the shading. And that actually gives me the thought, while I'm just thinking about it real quick, let's do a little quick shadowing some of these structures. So in the skybox, the source of light is, I think, around here, or it could be. So what I'm going to do is just, let's dim some of this stuff. I want it to be, I think 160 for now. 160 might be too bright, but 144 might be too dark. Let's do this. And this MIDI's awesome. Who's this? 8079 Lone Wanderer. I think I'm going to leave, I don't know, maybe I will dim this. Let's put this on 160. Put this on 160. Even though it's a light. Okay. Just give this whole thing some contrast. I have not tested that for bump prevention. Try 152. You know what's weird? I literally never set the lighting anything different than the default increments. I just always assumed that it would be subtle enough that you wouldn't notice it, but maybe I should be a little bit more experimental when it comes to that. In most ports it goes straight from 144 to 160. Yeah, see, I thought more incremental lighting was more of a like a UZ Doom thing. Why is this offset? This feels weird. Okay. Not really sure what's going on. Oh, it's because I raised it, of course. Okay. So let's see. Nice, okay. Let's see. Do I like that or not? I think it makes more sense for them all to be the same brightness. Which means there isn't really a point in these being separate sectors anymore. Yeah, I think that's better. And now one of my favorites from Corp, yeah. I should have done the ASMR meditation. Close your eyes and come away with me. You're in a pleasantly shaded wood. You can hear the rustling of broad leaves gently brushing each other overhead. A soft, cool wind carrying the sounds of the forest, breathing in its own respiration. Do I want the walls to be lit up or not? I don't. So I have a redundant effect here. So I'm going to just pare this down. Let's make sure this is 9. Let's change this to 196. Right, that's the brightness, isn't it? 196. It doesn't really matter. Change this back to 9. There we go. Breathing in with the trees and out with the wind. In with the trees and out with the wind. Or 5. There we go. Okay, what else do we need? I could have this activated with a switch, but I could also just as easily have it activated by picking up the rocket launcher, which seems simple enough, right? Palindrome V2. I should map again. Yeah, you should. Mapping's awesome. I think I want to make these, I want to make this inaccessible because I don't really need the player to be able to go up here. Now the question is, which, is it this one? Yes, it is. Okay. I'm about to fall asleep. Damn, it's making me ready for a nap. So eepy. Ah, dude, we got duplicate core. We got double corp bangers, one after the other. We're really spoiled right now. Can have like some revenants or something pop up over here to just make it a little bit more dangerous when the tele spam begins. In the middle of making another Wolfenstein map, but I need to get more ideas for the layout that follows. Interesting. I've never tried to make a map for Wolfenstein. I assume you mean like actual Wolfenstein 3D. Never really tried that before. Okay, I like the way that is. I'm gonna need some health. And I'm going to have to be really careful that this is not bullshit, because it's very easy that this could be bullshit. So what do we need to do here? I want to make sure... Let's make sure the player can recoup their health before they get back to this, before they get to this fight. I think that's going to be important. Case of Telly, case of Telly. Yep. So we'll have 2 med kits. That I might need to do more. UZ Doom, but I have Wolfenstein assets. Okay, cool. So I assume it's like a gameplay mod or something? Is it? I'm not super familiar with anything that... I mean, I know that there's a few noteworthy and perhaps somewhat controversial Wolfenstein projects. At least one. Not super familiar with it. Put some bullets in here too. It'd be nice to give the player the option to make sure that they can use the chain gun, at least a limited amount. I think the trick will be just making sure that the Telly rampage is enough that you won't have the DPS to rely on the chain gun too much. But it should be there as a fallback. Blade of Agony, there you go. Yeah, I'm not really gonna bring up the whatever that is. You know, I don't really follow all that, or I wasn't around in the community when all that was going on. I know that there's some controversy about it, and for the time being, I'll just leave it at that. I'll go take a shower now, BRB. All right, well, have fun with that. You know, I really like this MIDI, but I listened to it hundreds of times while I was working on my map for Sunless Empire. Is that right? Is that even? I love these office plants. They give everything sort of a... Like, you could very easily pivot this and just, like, to a hard line, like, Vaporwave map. I do want to ask what makes you an onion. Are you familiar with Dark Souls? Yes, multiple layers. There you go. Never mind. I was about to explain it for real, but I like that answer better. I'm the basis for anything that's good. Any good food. All the stuff that's worth eating has onions in it. Oh, this is an old version of the song. Hold on a second. Is that true? Hold on a second. Is this an old version of the song? Oh, it is. This is an old version of the song. What is this doing in the folder? Oh, I'm just going to skip it then. Sorry. If you were enjoying that MIDI, that was like an old version of the song. I don't know why I had an old version of the MP3 in my music folder, but I did, so that's a bit confusing. Gotta say, like, the look of this map is real nice with the stark lighting. Thank you, thank you. I spent a good amount of time at the beginning just kind of blocking out some of the visual theming, and it's made the rest of it pretty easy. Also, I mean, these textures are just so... It feels like cheating. It feels like cheating because you're spamming blocks everywhere, and the symmetry of these blocks is just, it's very pleasing to the eye, even though it's very basic. It's very easy to do detailing, like just breaking it up with these cross patterns. And yes, the helmet is meant to be Sigmaier's helmet from Dark Souls. Or Sigvard, whichever one, you know, whichever Dark Souls you're playing. Or Sieglind, I suppose, if you're doing the quest in Dark Souls 1. I don't remember exactly why. I think when I probably when I started Doom mapping, I think I was going through one of my major Dark Souls phases, and I had a PvP build where I would invade. I think I would do Blueberry Invasion in the Darkwood Forest. Am I remembering that correctly? And it was so the build was, I think it was a Claymore and the dark wood grain ring, so you can do the little backflips, and the ultralight weapon loadout. And I think I had, the only armor I had was the onion helmet. One vertex is fucked up. What are you talking about? I don't see it. I don't believe you. Did I mess something up? My maps are super squared too, trying to get around that. Yeah. My suggestion is northeast of the yellow pool. Oh, here we go. So really good, I'm going to pause the timer real fast. I'm going to go into a quick digression. Not necessarily using strictly this, but I'm going to show a point. Fucking hexagons, man. Hexagons are like a quick cheat to making things that are a little bit less blocky. Oh shit, I got some fucking... And you can still do like 90-degree corridors and stuff, because a lot of Doom's textures just work well together. But between that and then, you know, round some things off all of a sudden, and then you can imagine like putting a little corridor here or something. I don't know. This is just a really quick spitballing, but I mean, you can very easily get yourself like an off-grid thing. And then, like, oh, I want these to connect together. Let's do this, and let's do this. Oops. Fucking hate drawing sectors out in the void when you don't connect them together perfectly and they just disappear. Bevel your corners. What? You thought they were squares? They're not squares. This is a donut. You know, I mean, it's not the most incredible example, but very easily you can allow yourself to get off the grid. Or if you're drawing non-orthogonal shapes, try to not go overboard with the number of lines that the shape constitutes. That's a pentagon, you know, and then draw some branches from it, or using the stair builder tool or the circle, the arc tool. And you can have some very interesting shapes all of a sudden that are now suddenly non-orthogonal, orthogonal, or whatever it is. Not the most exciting looking examples, but just to give you an idea of how you can kind of like, how do I break out of that mindset? You can still be at an angle, but square. Honestly, just extrude a bunch of vertices out of solid walls. Yeah, exactly. Extruding is a pretty big tool for that. The arc tool is good. Okay, let's back to mapping. So let's go ahead and turn the stopwatch back on. Hopefully it doesn't reset. Okay, yeah, it's good. 2:47. I'm making pretty good time. I'm gonna still probably come down to... I was talking a little bit of shit yesterday, and now I think that could have been a bit premature. But I am also just kind of like casually spending time on stuff like this. This is another Tristan Clark MIDI I like quite a lot. The doorbell song. That repetitive beeping sound in the background of the melody. It was based on a doorbell. I think he was had streaming with one of his friends or something. This looks like it should be a cycling texture. Is it? I think I asked that yesterday. I also haven't been in the map. Oh, and I picked the MIDI I'm going to use for this. But I'll save that for another time. So TNTM. I know I can turn monsters off, but I didn't, so. I need to do some sky transfers. Yeah, these should be animated. Because it's called like index A0 or something. It should be animated. Those kinds of MIDI sounds are a real sleeper hit, by the way. Are you talking about the sounds for the MIDI that I was playing just before I muted it? I guess I could block this off so you can't actually jump off from here. That's always a possibility. And I need to think of a way for you to get back, so this probably needs to be a lift too that raises at the same time. Oh, the little beeps. Yeah, I have a lot of those kinds of like percussive melodies, rhythmic melodies. Okay, so let's see. I need to actually set up a voodoo doll closet. So how do I want to do that? I replaced the player with a potted plant. Wait, the only reason... Hold on a second, let me think. So what I'm going to have is this will... Crossing this threshold will trigger a floor lowering. That's the easiest thing to do. That'll trigger a floor to lower. And then that's going to be a turbo floor. But I also want the encounter to be timed in some way. So probably the most direct way to achieve that would be the player will cross a line to... This will be walk over once, floor... slow down to lowest adjacent floor, and we'll have another barrier like right here. How long will this take? I know that I'm pretty sure somebody like RD has done the math on how long each unit of floor lowering at what speed amounts to a specific actual elapsed time. but I don't know what that is off the top of my head. And then once the player crosses this one, we'll just do 2 again. Sector 9, walk over once, floor is fast, going to go up to the highest adjacent floor, change texture and remove effect for Sector 9, and that should accomplish that. "35 map units is 1 second on slow." So, wait, hold on. If I remember my math correctly, doesn't that almost basically 1 map unit is equivalent to 1 tick? Isn't it 35 ticks make up a second? My stance on AI. I use AI. It's compulsory at work, so I need to use AI. I need to be an AI adopter. I don't want to be somebody at my place of work who is seen as a person who refuses to use AI. So I do use it for certain types of brainstorming or like research types of questions. Gen AI, no, we're not interested in that. For personal use, I'll just say that I try to use it as infrequently as possible. I haven't completely abolished its use, not for generative purposes, but for the like language components. But more or less, I try to avoid using AI. It's kind of like ordering off Amazon. It's like if I have a personal stance against Amazon or some other company, most of the time I can do just fine without using it. Sometimes I might have to bite the bullet and order something off Amazon if I really need to, but I'm going to try my best to avoid it. Unfortunately, taking principled stances against something is not as easy to implement on a strict yes or no basis as you would like it to be. 35 ticks is 1 second, but you need to know the math for the map unit and tick calculation. Yeah, because medium is not going to be the same speed. So if I want it to last 1 minute, 60 seconds is a long time. You can do math in Ultimate. Oh yeah, you could do. I could do 35 map units times the number of time I want it to be, right? So I could say 35 times the number of seconds I want it to be, and I would get the distance it needs to be. ZDoom Wiki has a table. Interesting. Well, per my calculator, 35 map units at 60 seconds would be 2100. So, what is this floor at? Negative 104? So, negative 104, and then we'll do plus 2100. We'll just set the height of the ceiling to fucking 2200 or 2300. I don't even really think it matters, but I'm just going to do it anyways. And that seems like a long time. Is that right? I did 35 map units times 60 seconds, and it gave me 2100. Did I do the math right? 35 times 60 is 2100. Does that seem correct? I guess I can just test it. Okay, and then let's get some monster spawners. We need some monster closets. Oh no, this isn't equivalent. Hold on a second. Is it? Am I just... No, I'm not tripping. This is not equal. What is going on here? Am I tripping? I'm not, because this doesn't line up. What's messed? What is messed? 96, 128, 128. All right, I have some weird symmetry somewhere and I can't figure out where it is. It's because this is 96. This would need to be 128, right? Is that why this isn't equivalent? Sorry, this is a total distraction, but it's gonna bother me. I have one extra square on the left. Which left? Oh, right here. Left of the entrance. Okay, so from this perspective, this is left and this is right. Yeah. Right here. It goes over one too much. But how does that... am I going crazy? Like, I see this. This is blowing my mind. Like, I see it, but I'm not even joking. My brain is just, like, not comprehending it at the moment. It will at some point, but... So this needs to come up to basically here. It's all just... It should have been an even number because I just copy and pasted it, and it shouldn't not be possible. It should be possible to make these equivalent. The trick will be... Okay, I know what to do. Hold on a second. I need to... This is going to get ugly for a minute. And I was in the middle of something else. Classic diversion. Did that fix it? I think that fixed it. Okay, that works. Crowdsourcing the solution. Thank you for that. You're not going to get credits. You're not going to get mapping credits for this. Anybody in the chat who participated, but thank you all the same. But I will be stealing credit for solving the solution. Thank you. Okay, I was working on something else. What was it? Monster spawners. I was getting ready to set up the monster closets and everything. So let's put... Should the imps come from one side and you have to hold off? That's what I'm leaning towards. The imps just come from one side. I think it'll be too much if they come from both sides. And tellies is what I really mean. They're mostly they're equivalent in my opinion, but... So I think what I'll do is just, I'm going to need to set up another light transfer for these, but let's just put some teleport destinations here. And that's 8. So this will be 11 and this will be 12. And then we'll go ahead and add 2 new segments for this, 11 and 12. There we go. And we're going to have the teleport sectors Oh, this needs to be... What is this opening? Hold on a second. This is... I didn't give this a tag. Okay. I'm jumping around a lot. The mental overhead needed to do what I'm doing and then talk out loud and look at chat and talk to people in chat is absolutely compromising my ability to efficiently do a few things that I want to do. But you know what? It's okay. It's okay. I'm not worried about running out of time, like even slightly. I think I want to have some stuff that's not Telly in this, like towards the end maybe. Oh, and I'm going to want some teleport destinations. I think I'll be fine with one destination on each side, and I'll put like maybe a couple of Tallies or maybe some Tellians. Could be good. Tellian would be good. So solely for the fact that they go get them. The only problem is, unless I use conveyor belts to push monsters into the fight, which has a ton of risks and goes very wrong easily, you're not going to hear the wake-up sound, which is kind of unfortunate. Let's see. So I think the rules of teleportation are not that the sector has to actually be big enough, but just that they have to have enough room where they arrive. But maybe I just want to be on the safe side, and I'll just make this one sector. That way I won't have to really worry about it working or not working. And we'll see. Let's put some lights. We'll make it a light. That way it gives it a little bit of like a, oh, this is a teleporter. And I can do a little bit of variety here. Oh no, that's going to look terrible. We're not going to do that at all. But what about ZY metal? ZY metal 5. Yeah, that's fine. And we'll do the same thing on this side. Oop. Little teleport destination facing down, and then these are going to be... Okay, 14 and 15. So we've got 11, 12, 14, and 15. Can have a tiny sector as long as they have enough room to spawn, right? Plutonia-style teleporters, where the like the diamond light. It's a classic. That's a classic look. Okay, and then as far as the Telly barrier, so here, I don't know if anybody else does this, but I like to. So the hitbox for Telly is, oh wait, Telly's shorter than other enemies, like actual hitbox wise. So what I usually like to do, what I usually like to do is have, you can literally have the floor one up. And it will keep the hitbox from, the hitbox can't clip through the ceiling, so it'll keep the enemy from moving. And then, it's a turbo, so it lowers in, the fastest amount of time it possibly can, and allows the monsters to spawn in almost instantly. However, I mean, realistically speaking, it barely makes much of a difference. So, the reason I can't do that with this is because if I want to have some Tallies, which I think I do, because I like Tolly. Who doesn't like Tolly? Their hitbox is much higher, and so they would get stuck, or the Tellies would be able to walk over the barrier because the ceiling would be too high to account for the Tolly's hitbox. I tend to make closets the size of monsters, yeah. And yeah, Palindrome, the Plutonia-style teleports are classic. I like them quite a bit as well. Now, how many is going to be considered Telly spam? Actually, the closet's almost wide enough I could have 2 layers of these guys, but that'll probably fuck up the teleporters, but let's do it anyways. So how many is that? That's 12. I'm thinking somewhere in the ballpark of like 50. So like 24 on each side. Maybe we're gonna have the rocket launcher. I put 60 rockets and I put a bunch of bullets. I think that'll be enough ammunition. So this will be, what is this, 10? Because this is the same as this one. This will be 13. So 13 is going to come down. And then we'll have some lines. I don't know if you need to put non-skippable lines, like angled lines for monster closets. I have a feeling that really only matters for the player because the player is usually only capable of moving fast enough to skip line defs, but I just ended up getting in the habit. And I just make a whole bunch of redundant lines in the teleport closet and I make them all angled, and it seems to work fine for most of it. So it's 11, 12, 14, and 15. Nope. I was about to change the... Oh, I have the wrong thing. Okay. Somebody noticed that before I did. But here's the thing. You're just paying attention to the stream. I'm paying attention to the mapping and the stream and the chat and the music and all the other excuses that I'm preparing for when I do something stupid. So just think about that before you criticize me, okay? Yeah? I usually just do instant floors. I don't know why I don't. You know, the funny thing is that there's enough idiosyncrasies with mapping that you can kind of do things in multiple different ways, and even doing it slightly suboptimally is still efficient enough that it doesn't really matter. The creepy tellies. I love the creepy tellies, and I haven't figured out exactly how, but I do want to have a creepy telly in the fight somewhere, in the map somewhere. What do I want? What would be a good perch monster? Having some of these, the telly eggs can fly too, right? Or do they just walk? I can't remember. But maybe having some of the quantum tellies fly in late in the fight could be interesting. Like from outside. That might be too much. I feel like Revenants are the only Doom monsters I've actually used so far, which is kind of lame. But that's because there's nothing equivalent of the, there's nothing equivalent of them in the Telly bestiary. Let's just put a bunch of shredders popping up. Telephone is a good turret monster. Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. I've used the telephone quite a bit, but I guess I should... You know, if my complaint is that I want to be able to use telly monsters, I should just use the ones that I got. And then we'll put a couple Tellians at the end. See, this one you actually can get away with doing that. And 15, that's right, yeah. Yep, 14 and 15. And now we're almost done. Just do some connections on the monster closets. And I guess I'll just join this outside sector for the sound sector. Wait, that's probably not a good idea, because if that changes, then it could break the linkage and I might forget about it. So you know what I'll do? I don't know that I really need to, but this will be the sound sector. That's probably going to work just fine. And yep, the sound should propagate. I know I can just use the tool to check that. Yep, and they will wake up. And let's just make sure that they're actually not set to ambush, which they are not. While I'm thinking about it, I think I wanted to make sure these guys are set to ambush. Okay, because they kept waking up and I wasn't totally sure if it was that they could see the player, they could hear the player, but it does seem to be they were set to ambush. So, okay. So, that's kind of it. So I could actually test this. All right, so testing does... I am going to today, maybe since I'm under 3 hours, I am going to pause while I'm like running through the map and testing it a little bit. Oop. Actually, if I'm going to test it, is there a few other things I want to do first? Maybe I just want to make sure that I get everything that I want to do. So, okay, hold on a second. Before I do that too much, I'm getting a little ahead of myself because I do want to test that fight. But if I'm gonna do like a run through the map that I have so far, then I want to adjust a few things that were not working out so well. We're gonna put some health. It's not enough health. There's almost not enough ammo, but I think this should be enough. Hopefully. Box of ammo, there we go. Anything else while I'm thinking about it? Okay, I'll be off. Have a good one. See you later, Numzoic. Thanks for stopping by. Okay. Did I pause the timer? Nope. And it's paused. Okay, cool. I think this is looking pretty cool so far. Well, how did I know that secret was there? Yeah, that's crazy. Like the Berserk is just a lot faster. I feel like that phone book animation is so hard to... That phone book animation is so hard to parse in terms of like knowing the timing of it. God, those chain gunners have so much health. Probably still a little bit low on health. But in terms of being like a flat out... Oh. Maybe the health is okay. The Telly enemies are far too tanky. Yeah, they are very tanky. And now we have Tellys shooting at us from over here. We're like, oh shit. I definitely need a lot more health, I think. Oh, I killed him. Well, that guy doesn't have a lot of health, it seems. What are those noises, man? Wait, why is this blocking? What did I do here? I messed up these sectors somehow. Oh, hold on a second. I know what happened. I think I know what happened. This, I never raised this up. So I fucked that up while I was trying to test. Okay, well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn on God mode. I'm going to give myself all ammo. Just going to run through here and blow everything up real quick. Little preview. Little preview. These guys have so much health, they don't jib from the rocket launcher. Okay, the Telly egg does fly. That's what I thought. They would be good enemies to have come in and, like, late in the fight and just kind of swarm. That guy has way less health than I thought he did. Okay, this happens, like, instantly. I can already tell this is going to be a complete shit show. And then I thought I had, don't I have? Okay, I do have. That seemed like, was that closer than, was that faster than a minute? I guess I won't know because I sped the game up. And then I haven't made that a lift yet, but there we go. I could have an archvile like come in and resurrect these guys. That'd be a little expected though, wouldn't it? Is that something that matters a lot? I don't know. But I think that's working decently well. Chat, what do you think? Leave a comment below. Tell me what you think. Yeah, well, I mean, this is going to need some tweaking, and the balancing and stuff is not considered part of the time limit. So if I need to make some adjustments after it's gotten some playtesting feedback, but I think, you know, I think it's got the bones. It's got the bones are there, okay? And yeah, we might need to do some adjustment along the way, but I think structurally, I think it's in a good, it's got a good start. Ugh. Just stretching a little bit before I progress, even though I'm wasting time on the timer. I feel like if I needed to fudge the timer a little bit because I didn't turn it off like the second I started getting distracted, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. Something the player's never going to see? I don't care. I know about it. Change that. Okay, but yeah, I mean, more or less, this is in pretty good shape. But to tweak this, I do think... So first of all, I don't want all four of these guys to be able to just pop out immediately. That's kind of crazy. I need to space it out just a smidgen. Have you thought what the blueprints are going to do? They're just going to open a door at the... There will be another branch. So I haven't put it in the map yet, but like... From here somewhere, I think, or I guess I could do it this side as well. One of these sides, I'm going to put, like, the ending of the map area. So somewhere around here, something like that. And basically to access it, you need the blueprints. That's just what it's going to be. The door won't open until you get the blueprints. Once you get the blueprints, you can go to the final area of the map and, you know, trigger the giant wave of arch files or whatever it ends up being. This needs to be obviously a lift of some kind. I think the player will probably get it just based on the fact that it looks different, but you can also just hedge your bets and make sure that it uses a texture that the player always recognizes as that of a lift. Why wouldn't you? You have the choice to make it easy on the player. Why wouldn't you? Oh, there's lots of reasons, but I'm not going to get into them. It's because I don't like the player, okay? Ooh, got a nice little groove going on here. Hold on a second. What are we doing? Okay, get it, AD. Get it. Okay. Yo. That was a sick breakdown. That was really cool. Because I'm a spiteful mapper. Yeah, I mean, you know, having a little bit of disdain for the player sometimes is okay. I think it's totally fine. So anyways, back to what I was looking at a minute ago. I can't even recall why I got distracted. Listen, when you have ADHD, things just stop making sense sometimes. I know what I was going to do is try to figure out a way to artificially space this out. So I do have Sector 10 lowering slowly. So I could probably put a couple of stoppers in here from Sector 10. We're bringing in a couple of stoppers from Sector 10. I should have joined these sectors first, but I didn't, so. So what we're gonna do here is, let's see, height offset, plus plus. I want this to be like maybe 10 to 15 seconds. So let's say 10 seconds. So 35 times 10, so it needs to be offset by 350 units. Then let's just go plus plus 700 units. And just say plus plus 800 units. And that should slow that part of the fight down, so there's a little more structure to it. These need to be Sector 10. Oh my god, if I can actually click on things properly. Sector 10. And then we'll bring the back of these closets in just so they don't wander out the back. Clean up on aisle 10. Steve, it's time to come off your break. Go clean up aisle 10. We need cashier assistance on register 10? Cashier assistance? Somebody just had a nightmare of their days working retail when I said that. Cashier assistance. think I will put the exit on this side because I feel like sort of structurally there's 2 things on this side of the map and 2 things on this side of the map. I could put a secret over on this side. I've only got 1 secret so far. Maybe I could have like a turret of some kind, like a tower. I don't want to get too crazy because I do want to maintain a reasonable scope for this project, but if I had like a little... The way I drew that was a bit weird, but it's just because I was like thinking about it while I was drawing it, and then at some point I was like, okay, now I know what it's going to look like. Health secret, yeah. Probably not a bad idea. Oh, I undid that by accident. I think I'll just make that a secret lift. And on this side, I'll just keep it like the same. That'll be kind of the telltale. Oh, it's different on this side. It's actually a lift. You weren't expecting it to be a lift? Making a chicken ball. Man, this speed map is going to have everything. It's going to have secrets. It's going to have detailing. How crazy is that? You might even be able to see it a little bit from here. I don't know yet. I think I'll just be shamelessly abusing the telephone as a turret monster. Cool. I need a part-time? Says who? Is that true? I've never, ever, even one time, given any thought to the par time of a map I've made. In the submission form, a par time. I guess I'll need to figure out how long it will take me to beat the map then. Bro, I don't read stuff like the submission form. Let's be real. I don't pay attention to that stuff. Yeah, I'll just tell Stupid Bunny it's a 10-minute map. UV speed your own creation. Yeah, I mean, I guess I've never really tried that hard for it. I mean, that'll mark the next phase of my mapping career. It's when I start actually UV maxing my own maps. Or UV speed. I'm getting so much mileage from this sector detail. It's fucking awesome. Oh, here we go. Is that good? Nope, that is not good. There we go. I skip terms and conditions, but I do read the privacy policy and how we use your data. No, I don't. Nice. Just very simple texturing gives this like an interesting look. Sorry, I was looking at Discord notifications. There's a new video about the Path of Exile 2 update coming next week. I don't have time to watch it right now because I'm trying to make a map. Just give me a break. No, GGG, I can't just watch your video whenever I want. You're being so ridiculous. Alright, I don't know why this is not... I need to skip this. I'm sorry if you liked it, but it wasn't doing it for me. There's hitting me in a weird way that I can't really explain right now. I need to draw a line in the sand on some of this detailing at some point until I finish the map proper, but just real quick while I'm thinking about it, this could do with like a little bit of shading. Yeah, that does a lot for the look. It kind of matches all this up now. And I'll probably do it here, and in fact, I could just do it now. Wait, what did I miss? Oh, here. I have a feeling these need to have something, or they need to be something. This is going to be such a curveball. Yeah, see, listen, man, I love Telly, and I can't half-ass anything Telly. I just love Telly so much. So if I, you know, was to submit a subpar map, I would feel really bad about it. Not to say any speed maps are subpar. I respect that speed mapping is speed mapping. But also, I mean, it's not like we're just constantly doing Telly projects. So while I have an opportunity to do one, I want to make something cool, man. Nice. All that just goes a really long way in just making the detailing look a little bit more, and I didn't really do a whole lot. Come down here and let's bring it to like here. Cool. All right, so this is good. There's maybe one more thing I want to do. I do think I want to have a bunch of these little telly eggs spawn in. So what I'll do is I'll put a few sectors here on this side and this side. Actually, I'll just draw some sectors because I don't want to deal with the lighting and everything else. And then what are we at with the sector numbering? We're at 16, so we'll do greater than equals 17. And those telly eggs they're pretty easy to kill. I feel like they make some good rocket fodder. But what we'll do is we'll just put several extra boxes of rockets. I think 20 is a good amount. I think 20 is a good amount of rockets. Maybe what I'll do is put some rockets and some health. You probably need some health by the time you come out of the pit. So let's get some more health. Nice. And then this will trigger just the final little surprise of the fight, which will be all the telly eggs. So open door. All right, we'll just do another... Well, yeah, we'll just do another lowering floor. So it should be fine. Down. Lowest adjacent floor. How many telly eggs is too much? They have really low health, but I don't know how they hold up with spam. I am doing two sides as well, so I have what? 24 here? Let's think of a reasonable number. I think 12 is too many. Let's do 8. Let's do 4 sections of 8. Is that 48? That's 6 times 8 is 48. 64. That's still 64. Oh yeah, don't stay up just to watch mapping. Especially if you got work in the morning. It's not worth it. Thanks for stopping by though. And I guess I'll see you around. Was that? How did I get 20? I thought I had 8. Let's just go back. There we go. Did I say 64? I meant 32. That's how many it is, right? Oh, I haven't changed the things. I need to make sure the sector size is correct. Telly egg. What are their hitbox sizes? They're even smaller. Bro, imagine actually changing the hitbox size. Cringe. What is this? 13? Oh, 21. Okay. These will all be 21. And I know I need 2 more, but what am I at? I'm at 19, 20, 17, and 18. I don't think them being spread apart like that is going to affect the spawning in or anything like that. It doesn't need to be like perfectly precise down to the second. They just need to show up somewhat quickly. And these are all 21. Okay, so that should be good. Now I have the trap set up. Oh, and I clipped the ceiling through the hitbox, naturally. Wait, do I? Now I can't tell. Okay. I'm like... What is their height? Is it like 24 or something like that? What is going on here? 20 by 35. Okay. I'm like... sitting here tripping out over the fucking hitbox size of the tellies. Let's just do this. Okay. Oh, I'm thinking about it. I think I want to put some lifts to get back up. Yeah, that works. And I can just put a few of these lifts and call it even. Where is Telly from? So the actual answer to that is like kind of a long story, but basically... Oops. 1 second. I'm trying to figure out what I just did. So I have a mirror aimed at my doorway, but it's like angled over the corner, the top right corner of my screen, so I can't see that well. Flip line dust, edit line dust. Okay. There we go. Okay. So anyways, Telly was like a mascot for the Yellow Pages. The Yellow Pages back in the 90s would have like a distributor for like a more local area. And so the Telly-Direct Atlantic offices were one of the distributors, and the little mascot for their company that distributed the Yellow Pages was Telly. And Clippy found the Telly-Direct map that somebody had made. So somebody in the 90s made a map of the Telly-Direct Atlantic offices because he used to work there. And Clippy just found the map randomly on random id games. And then as it turned out, the offices for Telly-Direct Atlantic were actually located in the city that Clippy lives in now, in the town. And on top of it, Stupid Bunny had left an id games review on this map like 20 years ago. So we asked him about it, or I think somebody showed it to him, and he realized that Clippy had loaded the map wrong. So all the Tellys were just actually imps in the version that Clippy played the first time when he recorded it. And somebody, I think it was probably Stupid Bunny, was like, no, you have to run the executable because, or you have to like, back in the 90s, like if you wanted to replace something, people would like overwrite the Doom executable. Is it a Canadian thing? Yeah, it is. Well, the Yellow Pages is not necessarily just a Canadian thing. It's in America we had the Yellow Pages as well. It was basically like the part of the phone book where all the businesses could advertise. But in terms of like this particular distributor, I don't recall it from my childhood, but maybe it was. I don't think it was a thing in America, but maybe it was. But yeah, so all that to say is that Clippy realized he didn't run the map properly, so he did it again, and it's like, oh my god, we're obsessed with this Telly thing. And then eventually we just all became like fucking low-key, not low-key, we just became overtly obsessed with Telly for an extended period of time. It was like a shared group mania. And yeah, it culminated in this project. I mean, it was one of those things where it just kind of snowballs. Everybody just starts like making all kinds of stuff. I think Forgotten Cheese and CBM and other people were just like making tons of assets for it, making a lot of the like custom dehacked stuff. Oh, you mean specifically Telly? Well, that was, I guess, a very long-winded explanation for something that you may or may not have already known. The mascot itself, I think, was just, I guess it was just a thing for that company, the Telly Direct Atlantic. It seemed like one of those things, like I do recall that they found other commercials for the Yellow Pages, so it must have been a mascot that you actually saw in like different markets. What would be an interesting final encounter? I'll tell you what I need to do. I need to take a quick break. I want to take a quick break. Get up and stretch and top off my water and stuff like that. And that'll give me a time to just decompress for a second from all the mapping that I've done over the last 2.5 hours. And get my head back on correct. So let me go ahead and pause the stopwatch. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna take like a 3 to 5 minute break, get up and stretch, use the bathroom, refresh. Can do the same thing too. And I'll be back in a few minutes. Yo, this is spooky. Ominous music. Ugh. Okay. Well, now I'm back. Just thinking for a minute. Trying to visualize this final area in my head just a smidgen before I start making it. What I'm imagining is like some kind of compound area. So like multiple different rooms connected together, like a bigger arena. And I want it to be enclosed so I don't have to worry about people falling off and having to figure out like what to do about that. And the exit of the map will be in here. So it'll be some kind of final encounter, something a little bit more interesting. Do I want to give out the plasma gun or something? I don't know. Could be an interesting idea. I also need to figure out what the encounter for this blueprint is, which seems to be... could potentially be the simplest one. There's some potential for some guards in this area maybe, and then this guy will be here. The blueprint will be here. Hey guys, hey, what's going on? What's going on, Sandwich? Hey everybody, it's Sandwich. That's what he actually used to sound like when he was streamed, exactly like that. Hey, it's Sandwich. Oh, I'm mapping. I should turn the timer back on. Don't tell anyone. Don't tell Stupid Bunny that I cheated. Sandwich still... You still have mod powers, dude. You could just, like, ban people left and right if you wanted to. If Doom Kid shows up, definitely ban him. He's banned on site. I don't want to see Doom Kid around here. That sounds just like me. Wow. He got the voice right and everything. What is this MIDI? I'm not... Okay, I'll let it keep playing, but it's not one of my favorites. Do I get banned? I don't know. Let me ask you a controversial question. I can't stop tellying it. I was trying to think of something witty to ask Lord Entropy, but I can't think of anything. I'm too focused on mapping. I'm too focused on the grind, okay? To be entertaining you guys with word games and stuff. So you get a pass this time. You will not be banned for now. What's happening, Newtsy and Mr. Lord Entropy? How are you all doing? Anything new in your neck of the woods? Do you bring me word from your lands? Do you bring me word and tidings? Because that would be weird if you did. Like, I don't understand why you would phrase things that way. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm just doing something. I don't know what this is. Is that the same? Can't tell. It's close enough. I'm not really sure what I'm doing here. I'm just kind of vibing out. I'm just vibing out, dude. Just vibing out. I do need to, like, figure out what the encounters are going to be, but we're just doing a little bit of vibing out first. Okay, here's how we determine if you get banned. Does pineapple belong on pizza? Yes or no? I love it when the big architecture starts to come together. Yeah, I know what you mean. And you are quite the talent when it comes to that kind of thing, so... I'm sure for you it's like, man, woo, this thing is crazy. Oh boy, pineapple. LOL, no. How's mapping going? Doomwads, what's up? It's going quite well. I have just under 2 hours to go. I am wasting time with frivolous detailing as I was doing yesterday. But I'm not feeling too bad about it. Eventually I'm going to actually, like, there's this area has an encounter I need to figure out. But for just a brief moment, I am detailing it. I don't know if you guys do it, but when I like block out an area and then when I come back to it, a lot of times detailing it is one of the things that I jump into to kind of like return to an area. Pineapple is pretty good, to be honest. Pizza about the only context I can eat it in. That's a curveball. I was expecting to throw you off. Instead, you just threw me off. So you're saying you don't even like pineapple unless it's on pizza. Was anyone expecting that? Does anybody else think that? And yeah, it's got to be... So it's not a hard and true answer if pineapple belongs on pizza or not. But it also sounds like it's kind of how you would describe pizza in general. Is like, I like pizza when it's good, and I don't like it when it's bad. So if the place sucks at making it, then it's not good. But if the place is good at making it, then it's good. I'll be honest with you, I don't eat a ton of pineapple. But I do like eating fruit, you know, I like making sure I have some fruit in my diet. This is very like scatterbrained mapping. Like I was just in here doing some detailing And then I've just suddenly come over here to do this. This is legitimately how I normally map too, by the way. I just kind of go with whatever I need, and sometimes I do try to like discipline myself and say like, hey, you gotta work on this part, okay? Stop working on the other part. This will be something, a health or a gun or something up on that. Commissions typoed, where was that? Oh, you like the last track, Renewing the Spiral? That is the MIDI for map 23 in Sewer Lust. So if you haven't finished it yet, you have that to look forward to. Because that is that is the ultimate, that is not the final map, that's the final combat map in Sewer Lust. Oh, sorry. I have on my... So I have Doom on my left screen. On my right screen, I have OBS, VLC, and YouTube. So the chat is somewhat obscured. You don't take commissions for music. I see. I apologize. I missed your message earlier. I'm not really taking commissions right now. I do make MIDIs here and there. Like if it's, if I'm working with people, I'll be more open to making MIDIs and stuff. If you're on Doom World, you can shoot me a DM. I won't say no. I don't take commissions in terms of like payment, so it would be something that I would just do of my own accord. But I'll say that I'm not necessarily like advertising myself as like a freelance MIDI composer available for hire. But you know what? DM me on Doom World. We could talk about it. I won't say no to it, but I can't guarantee that I will want to do it either, just because it just depends on what else I've got going on. But I'm not opposed to it. I'm also just like not used to people asking me for MIDIs. MIDI's an interesting thing to me because it's always been something that I've like just kind of done. Like it started out as a means to an end. When I really got into MIDI composing, I mean, like the first couple of maps that I made my own MIDIs. But I was just fucking around, and I just always liked writing music. But I didn't really start considering MIDI making seriously until I started working on Bitter Dream. And while I was working on the first map, I wasn't totally sure. I had a lot of trouble finding a MIDI that I wanted. So what I did is I started out by making a list of all the potential map names, because Bitter Dream, all the maps are based on the names of unique items from Path of Exile. So I started out by sort of like roughly planning what all the different map names I was going to want to use was. And that kind of is how I sort of fed into the journey of Bitter Dream. And part of that, where I had my little like note document where I had the map names and sort of what order they were going to be in, I started trying to make note of a few different songs that I wanted to use. And I probably picked a Tristan Clark MIDI for like map 1, or an AD 79 MIDI, if I had to remember correctly. But they just weren't completely vibing with me. And it's not because I think they're fantastic composers. In fact, during these streams, I've already made multiple comments about how good they are. But it just was something where it like wasn't really hitting for me. So I took another crack at composing MIDIs, and I found that as I got further and further into making Bitter Dream, I started having trouble separating the MIDI from the creative process. And then from there, it's sort of turned into a habit where like almost every map that I work on, I make my own MIDI for it, just because I prefer that to spending like an hour looking through my MIDI repository looking for one that I want. Like as a composer, I can immediately figure out what kind of MIDI that I want for my map. I can make whatever I want it to sound like. Sorry if I'm... No need to apologize for being a bit forward. I do appreciate you respecting that, you know, as a thing, because I've... You know, when I used to do gameplay videos on, you know, like Let's Plays, I would get a lot of DMs on Doomworld, and, you know, I was never, like, openly advertising taking requests in the first place, but it'd always be, like, delivered to me with the presupposition that I would say yes. So it was just like, here, I have some maps for you to play for your channel. And it's like, well, wait a minute. We never talked about this before. Why do you think that I'm just going to suddenly accept a cold DM from you to play your map? And I'm, you know, there's been a couple of times on my YouTube channel where I said I would take user submissions, but these would be like, you know, months and months after I ever said anything to that nature. And it just kind of rubbed me the wrong way, that people would just assume that I was there to just consume their content. So I won't pretend like that kind of outreach doesn't, I won't say it offends me, but it can irritate me a little bit. So all I have to say is, you know, not that I'm offended here, I actually appreciate that you acknowledge that, but also MIDI composition's a little bit different for me. I just enjoy making MIDIs a lot, like just for their own sake. I just have like a random idea, and I'm like, ooh, I'm just gonna spend an hour after work working on a MIDI idea. And that's just what happens randomly. Whereas also with the making gameplay recordings, it was a little bit more of a process, and I didn't quite enjoy it as much, and ultimately that's one of the reasons why I don't do it anymore. It's just not something I enjoy like a whole lot. There we go. Cool. This has got some nice visual pizzazz. But no, I mean, DM me on Doomworld if you're on there. I'm not opposed to considering it. It depends on your timeline too. All these factors is like, if it's something that's going to stress me out or something, then I won't want to do it. If you're like, yeah, I'm not really releasing this for another year, you have time. In all likelihood, I won't take even anywhere close to a year to make it, but it just, you know, like the thing hanging over your head, knowing that you have a commitment with a timeline, in and of itself is something that's enough to sort of change the stakes, if that makes sense. So. But yeah, I think where I was talking with about making MIDIs for Bitter Dream, I got a little sidetracked, sorry, is that like once people started recognizing me for MIDI compositions, it was a little bit weird to me, because it's like, oh, I was just making MIDIs for my maps. Like, I don't consider myself a composer. I'm just doing this because I want to have a MIDI that I like the sound of for my map. And now people are like, oh, dude, I'm like a huge fan of your MIDIs. And I'm like, whoa, okay. What about my maps? No, I'm kidding. But you know what I mean? Like, hopefully that makes sense. I'm not trying to sound like, oh, woe is me, I don't know how to be popular or something. I don't know. That's weird. I hope that what I'm saying makes sense. I definitely got into a bit of a ramble there. I do have a Doomworld account. I'm just not active on there. Yeah, that's no problem. I mean, I'm also on Discord if you pop into Clippy's server. We have a fun little community there. It's very wacky. It's not a serious server. So if you can't handle just kind of high energy, weird stuff going on sometimes, might not be a place that you'd feel comfortable in, but if you do hang out on Discord servers, we're over there too. SMW? I assume that's Super Mario World. You know, I don't really know a lot about the Super Mario World's like modding community, but my impression of it is it has a very similar stature to that of the Doom modding community in terms of like how seriously people take it and how like long it's been going on for. And of course, I don't remember the exact years that they came out, but was Super Mario World 91 or 92? So it's like one of the few games with an active modding community that's older than Doom. How much time? I have an hour and a half left. I'm kind of screwing around. I know roughly, excuse me, what I'm going to be trying to do, but I do think I need to pick up the pace. Super Mario World is 91 and Doom was 93. So got it beat by 2 years. So yeah, even older community than Doom. I assume that there probably wasn't the thing that the main difference would be that there wouldn't have been a community for custom content probably until the 2000s or whenever emulation for Super Mario World really picked up and people started figuring out how to ROM hack. I don't know that that's true, by the way. I'm not a historian on this. If I'm saying something that's not true, then you can feel free to tell me. I am interested in it. Whoa. I was not expecting those sectors to be joined. Where am I? Okay. Where am I? What am I supposed to do? The modding community came out in the 2000s. Yeah, that's what I would have assumed. Because you wouldn't be able to really engage in ROM hacking and stuff until emulators were available or the devices that can actually write cartridges, and the consumer market didn't really have anything like that back then. This sector is a shadow, and I keep confusing it for the bridge sector. It's kind of funny. I'm not totally sure what I'm doing here yet. It will start to make sense at some point, and then we'll begin to see the room taking shape. Okay, let's see. What is these? All these different letters and stuff? Gotta have a poop door, a classic Telly poop door. I know that they're not mandatory, but be a waste not to include it. Hey, Clippy, you climbed that hill again. Oh, very nice. They're not mandatory, but they're required. They're trashing my rights. They're trashing my rights. Who knows what movie that's from? They're trashing our rights. Is Stu Boys the Greater Good music in the playlist out of curiosity? Is that one of his projects? I think I have mostly his Ancient Alien soundtrack, if I remember correctly. I'd have to double check. I don't remember what's in the folder. Wife's birthday's tomorrow, our last vacation week together till who knows how long. Well, congratulations on having some vacation time, and I mean, I assume you just mean vacation from work, not like you're actually taking a vacation, but if you are, I hope... Ah, this is the song I made for my last Telly-map. But happy birthday to Clipwife. Hope she has a fantastic and wonderful day. I hope all of her fucking dreams come true. I hope you're visited by a cool cat. I think that'd be a cool birthday treat. Like one, you get to see a new cat that you haven't met before. I think I would be happy about that. Oh, you know what would be interesting? I need to make this like something else. This needs to be like a weird texture. Like once you come in here, it's like a little weird. It was a composition he made for Genesis. Let me see. The Greater Good, yes. It is on this playlist. I'll be honest, I can't remember if I actually played the original Genesis or not. I'm not totally sure. I think there was an early Jimmy project that I do remember having played, but it was during the time that I was playing everything with Project Brutality, so I'm not ashamed of it, but there was the period where I was getting back into Doom where I was basically playing everything with mods, and so I had a powerful hunger for megawads in particular. Nice, that looks pretty cool. That looks pretty cool, man. I demand you use fish? Is there a fish texture? Did I miss that? Oh! Okay, hold on. I don't know why, but I do have an idea. Hold on a second. Let me think about this real quick. What would be a good backing for the fish texture? Like this blue rock or something? And then... Okay, so I don't know... I don't know if this would even be necessary, but one thing I've never done is... what is it called when you do... like the color effect for the sector? Like the color map or something like that? You change... It's not the color map, because that's for the whole WAD, but you know when you change like the color for the sector and you can make like a fake lighting or fake underwater? I've never done that. Womp by Essel Forsham. Oh yeah, that's probably one of my favorite midis of all time. I think that's a absolutely incredible MIDI. The steel guitar rhythm is a big inspiration for the track I made for my Doom 2 and City only my Doom 2 and City only map. It's called Tannhauser Gate Gone Dark, which is another movie reference. And I mean, that track just blows my mind hearing about it. I mean, hearing it. And interestingly enough that you brought it up, I literally just replayed Back to Saturn X Episode 1 on my Steam Deck like last week. And yeah, getting to that, it's probably been 5, 6, 7 years since I played it. I did appreciate getting to go through it with a sort of modern eye to things. Let me do this last, actually. Are these going to animate? And yeah, I did appreciate Back to Saturn X. I did appreciate replaying it. There was a few things that kind of rubbed me the wrong way with it. Honestly, more of my complaining so far is with Episode 2. It's kind of, I'm finding a lot more annoying in retrospect than I did the first time I played it. E1 I actually really enjoyed replaying. Blade Runner, yeah. Blade Runner. I'm waiting for the third installment of BTSX, as we all are. I'm not completely sure, but I am under the impression that they are maybe still working on it, but I don't know. I understand, like, life gets in the way, but I do find it a bit confusing to, like, how do we get to a point where, you know, we've been working on a WAD for 20 years and it's not out yet. I'm not totally, that's not meant to criticize anybody. Like, I don't know what people's lives are like or what they've got going on, so it's easy for me to say something like that, but there could be so much stuff going on that I have no idea about that it's easy for me to pass judgment on something without having all the facts. But all that to say is that I do find it hard to understand how it could take that long. But, you know, I mean, I know Essel has had a lot of, I don't know, success, but Essel's done a lot of things outside of Doom. I know she just composes music either freelance or however that works out. You know, all those people probably... The thing is, I think when BTSX came out, if I had to guess, a lot of those peoples were in their teenage years or their early 20s. which would have put them, even the people in their early 20s would have been like, in late high school and stuff, when they were probably in the major parts of the development. I have a reason, I feel like Essel Forsham's probably a similar age to me. I don't know exactly what, how old she is, and I'm not trying to be nosy about her personal life. But she's probably close to elder millennial status like I am. And, we've had a lot more free time back in that day than we do now. Although I don't have any kids, and so it's easy for me to spend a lot of time playing Doom if I want to. So, anyways, that was a bit of a ramble, but I do find it a shame that we're still waiting on episode 3. I was rocking out to this song when it came out last night as well. Nice. What is elder millennial status? Well, I just mean that I think I'm somebody who occupies the space that approaches being split between Gen X and millennial, age-wise. I don't want to say my age right now because I'm old. Yeah, I can, as a younger millennial, I can relate to the feeling of being old. You're watching all your memes get trashed. You're starting to hear all kinds of slang and language that you don't understand anymore. And even if you spend a lot of time online, like I still do, the internet makes less and less sense to you. It's hard, man. Does that look good? Okay, they do animate. Okay, this isn't quite, I think, what I wanted to do yet, but... Wait, Nick, are you still in the chat? Are you still watching? Is this... Am I approaching an interesting idea with this? Six, 7, yeah. Clippy, 41 makes you old as shit. I'll be 40 this year, so that's where I'm at in the grand scheme of things. Isn't it a brag? That's just a statement of fact. I don't really want people to fixate on that or dwell on it. I don't want to dwell on it. Actually, I was thinking, what about this Chex water? I need to hurry up. I'm almost at an hour left. At night. Ooh. $43. Oh my goodness. Let me know if you need help chewing your steak, Grandpa. I'm joking. I assume you're somebody who can take a joke. If you're not, then let me know after the stream and I'll apologize personally. I actually don't want to use the block texture in this room. I want to do something else. But I do like this random aquarium. But I gotta hurry up, so I'll come back to detailing that in a minute. Actually, I'm gonna pause. I do need to pee. I need to pee, guys. Just because I'm so old, I'm incontinent. I'm joking. I'm joking. Yeah, Charlie Pryor, welcome. I think it's cool how wide the age range in the community is. I completely agree. I mean, you know, there's some very young people who have gotten into the Doom community There's a lot of people who are in their 20s. I mean, I'm sure there's some Gen Alpha people who are diving into Doom at this point. But we got, you know, Gen Alpha all the way through. I mean, really boomers, you know, if you consider some of the original people and quite a few Gen Xers. It's just crazy how much, how widespread the appeal of this game is. I love it. I genuinely love it, how just much diversity you get out of the different people who participate in this game. So yeah, I'm going to put up the BRB in just a second, or for just a second. And I'll be back in like 2 or 3 minutes. Thanks, Clippy. BRB when you're done pissing. Flippy sprained his hip? That's disappointing. Sorry about that. Get well soon, bud. Guys, Clippy's fucking old, man. Okay. Take a bit of a stretch break. See, when you're old, you have to stretch all the time, because otherwise you just sit and your body's just like, fuck you. So, I'm thinking about this last area. This is like the final fight of the map. You know, so one thing I don't want is for you to just come into this room and it just be like running through a tech base. I want this to be somewhat of like an arena getting kicked off. So I think what I'm going to do, and I'll start the timer here in a second, but I feel like floating through the map and just looking at it and talking about it does not count as making the map. So I'm not going to start the timer yet. But I think I want to have it so it's like a room you drop into. That's one of the easiest ways to accomplish this. We'll drop into this room, and then I'm going to have... I'm feeling like in some manner there will be some kind of like circuit. So like a few rooms all connected together, or a large area that feels like multiple rooms connected together. Something central. Do I want like a central turret monster of some kind? A bunch of the Tellians? Maybe, ooh, you know, it could be interesting. So, while I'm thinking about it, have like an archvile here in the middle and do the like trick where the archvile can resurrect the monsters around it, but you can't target the archvile. And have like maybe a turret in the center of the arena that's a bunch of the Tellians. That could be interesting. And then we'll have like a big sort of more open arena. Player will have the super shotgun, the rocket launcher. I could give out the plasma gun here just to keep things a little more interesting. 38? For fuck's sake, ignore. Sorry. You can delete messages, by the way. 38's the age I want to be. It's not the age that I am. Boomer alert. Boomer alert. Okay, now, I do have a question for anybody who is also a mapper. I've never done one of those setups where the Archvile can resurrect the monster, but the Archvile is basically immune from being hurt by the player. So what do I need to do to actually make that work? I assume that what I really need is like a gap separating the Archvile from the rest of the monsters. So, like, can I have, like, a 1 unit tall gap? So it's not, like, actually a void wall, but it's a upper and lower brought within 1 map unit of each other. Meaning that the sectors that the Archvile's in has technically line of sight to the sector that the resurrected monsters are in. But I don't want the Archvile to target the player. Is that possible to accomplish all that at the same time? Typing line def actions in the wrong place because I'm old and computers confuse me. I don't understand. No, you know what, Lord Entropy? Let's be truthful here. Millennials are the only generation that understands computers at all. I don't know if you've seen Gen Z and younger try to use like actual computers, not like a cell phone or something. But they have no idea how this shit works. They can't figure anything out. Even worse than boomers in some cases. So, the fact that you're even competent to be able to have multiple windows open at the same time and multitask on the computer actually is evidence of your proficiency, not of your lack of skill. But yeah, so I want to have that kind of setup for the Archvile, maybe here in the center. So we'll have a bunch of Tellians that are basically... They can't be killed permanently. And then some kind of, arena combat fight where it's like, okay, we got to stay safe from them, but, we'll be fighting other hordes of Tellys and other stuff. I want people of future generations to be proficient in tech. Yeah, me too. Because I'm going to have to fucking manage them until I retire. And I don't like the idea of what the prospects are sounding like at this point in time. But who knows? Maybe everybody's job will be replaced by AI and it won't matter anymore anyways. So, okay. Well, I'm going to do some mapping. So let's turn the timer back on. A lot of Gen Z software engineers at work who are shit hot. Well, that's good to hear. I think you'll continue to have, inspired. You'll continue to have inspired people, I should say, is what I'm trying to say, who are good at what they do, but in more nuanced technical roles. I think the general demographic will not be good at technology as a whole. That's what I expect. Which is a real shame because technology takes advantage of people in a lot of ways. And it's a shame when people don't have the wherewithal to recognize that. And also just because I don't want to be... God damn it. I don't want to be in my 60s explaining how Excel works to somebody who's in their 20s. Or however that's going to work in 20 some odd years. Maybe AI will do all of our spreadsheeting for us and it won't matter. But whatever the equivalent is that doesn't get replaced by AI, I certainly don't want to have to sit there and just constantly explain to people who should know how to do it because it's like the main thing they use for their job. I might also be a bit old and jaded, you know, that's always a possibility too. But I remember being I remember being disappointed in boomers for not really keeping up with technology. When you're you know, you're like, look, dude, computers have been around for 20 years. And at this point in time it's even longer than that. But at the time that it really made me the most upset, you're sitting here like, dude, computer's been around for 20 years. When are we going to figure this stuff out? And now to hear that Gen Z might be in the same boat as boomers, it's like, well, fuck. Okay. I don't know. Anyways, I'm not here to like hate on an entire demographic, by the way. If you're Gen Z or Gen Alpha, which I hope, I don't know. It's fine if you're watching, but I hope my demographic isn't that age just because I don't know how to relate to people. But there's no shade thrown at anybody here. I respect people from all walks of life. As long as you're not a piece of shit, I generally don't have a problem with what you're all about. Bro, this song, even if you didn't like Of Eternity 2, which you'd be crazy if you didn't like it. I know there's preferences and everything, but like, how can you not like a WAD as charming as Of Eternity 2? But even if you didn't like Of Eternity 2, it's totally worth it for this MIDI. This is just one of the sickest Doom MIDIs ever. And if you don't keep up with this stuff, D. Leggett made a sick cover of this with like live, not completely live, but you know, recorded instruments and everything. And it's just fucking incredible. All right, I want a different texture. I want to break things up, but I want a texture that's relatively easy to work with here and that more or less matches the previous aesthetic. So this is like almost to the degree of simplicity that it would work for me, but I don't think this is what I want. Not every tech advancement is good. I agree completely. I don't really have anything to say as a counter argument to that. I think that the things that technology ends up doing, honestly, the things that technology end up doing being scary is because of the people who hold control over it, not strictly because of what it can do. Like, would people care about generative AI if from the beginning they had begun by training all the models with like licensed content and paid for it? There would probably still be a lot of like reticence over it taking people's jobs. But I think that if from the drop, like, not that you can, but let's just say for the sake of argument that you could 100% certify that an AI model is capable of outputting content without having consumed stolen content to train itself, to be trained. I think that people would have a much different opinion about it. And the reason it sucks is because the people who are in charge of the people who made it are just like, fuck it. Download everything you can, throw it in there. I don't care where it comes from. I don't care who's not getting paid for it. Do it. And, you know, as people who, like, I made stuff that's been thrown into AI. I was talking about this recently in the Waffle House group, that there's a streamer, or not a streamer, but there's a YouTuber who, and no shade to this person, really, because they seem like they're a decent person in general from what, you know, how they present in their videos, but they took my music for a while that I worked on and they threw it through AI to create like a heavy metalized version of the song for the intro portions of their videos. And I'm like, well, wait a minute, I didn't consent to people taking my AI or my music and remixing it through AI, but now it's already done. And the thing is, that person did it manually, but I'm stupid if I think that it didn't get fucking wholesale ingested from YouTube a year or two ago already in the first place. So I can be a little upset with that person for doing it, but who I'm more upset about with than that person is, you know, the fucking CEO that controls the company that runs the AI that ingested my shit into it. So anyways, that was my soapbox. This is what you get when I stream for like a longer than 2 or 3 hours. I start to get into like really opinionated, ranty territory. I turn into a bit of a blowhard. So, you know. I don't know if I like this precisely or not, but I'm gonna work with this for a minute because it flows really well and it'll be easy to change. I didn't want to talk over that piano solo because that was incredible. All right, so back to the setup of this fight. I did sort of ask a bit unofficially, but does anybody, like, what is the proper way to set up a Archvile Resurrector so that I can keep the mobs in the middle safe from permanent death with the Archvile, but the Archvile can't really target the player or can't, can resurrect the monsters? Tristan Clark is a virtuoso. Yeah, he's incredible. He's very incredible. He has good instinct, I think, with his composition. That's a hard thing to describe, like what I mean by that. So I don't know that I'm prepared to try at this point in time, but I've always felt like he has good instinct when it comes to the compositions that he makes, and I think he live plays a lot of the stuff, like the piano part that he wrote in Velocity. It sounds like he was playing it live to compose it. I don't know that, but it sounds like he did, and I mean, that's just. You can't replicate that if you're just composing from the piano roll, which is what I do. I'm not skilled enough to play a keyboard or a piano and emulate the music that I write, any of it. The Archvile needs a sliver of opening through the floor to be able to resurrect a monster. So yeah, I mean, it should be fairly easy to test. So if I do something like this, I could probably get away with what I want to do. Aorta, that's a sick song. I think Aorta is the first song that made me pay attention to who Tristan Clark is. Of course, I think when he composed it, he still used his, he still credited himself as Eris Falling. But that's one that just, I mean, it absolutely blew my mind. It's so good. Yo, what is going on here right now? Hold on a second. Need to fan myself off after that. Oh my god. Oh my god. See, okay, very quickly going back to the whole, like, people asking me to make MIDIs and stuff, it still blows my mind because I'm like, my first reaction is what? Like, did Corp tell you no? And that's why you're asking me, right? Like, I just hear stuff like that and I'm like, I'm not even in the same league as those guys. I can't write anything like that, and I'm fine with that, but it's like, it just makes me... It's always hard for me to kind of like accept when people pay me a compliment for my compositions when I hear stuff like that, and I'm just like, dude, these guys are out here. TDW, if you go listen, look up a track by, so LPAD composed this song for Blues Brothers 2025, a Doom project. It's called TRAKH. I guess it's track TRAKH. I think he comes up as like Eduardo something. So he published it under his real name, I believe, if I had to guess. It is one of the most incredible MIDIs I've ever heard. It's actually not completely a true MIDI, because that song uses VST instruments. So what I believe is that LPAD probably composed it in a MIDI program, or composed it for MIDI, and then imported it into something like FL Studio and changed some of the instruments to be VST instruments, like some of the pads and other things like that. But it does... I just can't even describe how incredible that track is. It's one of the best Doom songs I've ever heard, ever. Period. It's easily in my top 10. Might be in my top 5. I don't know, because I don't really sit down and think about stuff like that too hard. But the stuff it does with time signatures and just the different parts and how it flows together and changes from one part to another, it's just a fucking complete work of art. It's so good. Will I make it on time? I think so. I didn't actually think too much about how close I am to the wire, but once I get a few of these things figured out, I'm going to be pretty close to what I want from this. Hopefully the end of the map doesn't look totally slapdash. But I think I'll be all right. So yeah, I would highly recommend checking out track. What is this Sector 23? What did I do? I don't know why everything is Sector 23. I can't... That was weird. I don't know what I did to make it do that. What track is that? Are you talking about the LPAD song? It's literally called Track. It's TRAKH. And it's Eduardo. Yeah, exactly. Trakh. It's just a phenomenal composition. I'll be honest with you. You can look the track up, but you should play the map that the song belongs to first. And in fact, if you haven't played Blues Brothers 2025, it's pretty close to essential in my book. It's so good. It is a modern classic. It's not even close. Not that it's a competition, but like, I mean, compared to some other stuff, it's inventive, it's ironic, it's interesting constantly. It's such a good WAD. And if you have not played it, I wouldn't necessarily spoil yourself by looking up the music first. Just play the WAD, get to the map that track belongs to. It's absolutely worth your time. That was my soapbox. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I do genuinely appreciate it. All right, I want to figure out what's going to actually replace this texture, because I don't like this one. It's too much. But I need something really simple. I need to be fairly decisive here, because I am going to run out of time, and there's some other stuff I want to do first. So now I'm in the stage where I need to just be as decisive as possible. I wanted to break up the computer look, but maybe I just need to keep it. It feels like the easy way out, but it also feels reasonable. Like it's really not. This is the kind of thing where I get into my own head about, where one thing that I try to maintain as a mapper is that I like to make sure I'm challenging myself, so I don't just like constantly do the same thing over and over again. So feeling like I have this inclination to just keep using the same block texture for the entire map makes me feel like I'm running the risk of breaking that rule. But maybe that's one of those things where I'm just overthinking it. Maybe what I'll do, okay, so the way I can split the difference. Oh, hey, is my mic messing? Check. Okay. I assume it got a little crackly just then, but please tell me if it's like not broadcasting. Hopefully, I mean, I guess hopefully you would be able to hear me if I was asking you to tell me that, but I think what I was about to say is that maybe what I can get away with is introducing another permutation to the visuals, and that's the way I can bring variety into this theme, which I'm kind of doing with the aquarium. Right? Wait, why did it deselect my shit? I don't know what's going on. Oh my god, please. I've just lost control of what I'm doing. Here we go. Very, very funny. Very funny. Has anyone heard him talk? Is anyone listening to him talk for the last few minutes? I wasn't. I have another instance of asymmetry here, don't I? What is going on? Oh, I think I'm just a little confused. Yeah, that's what's happening. Oh, it's these don't line up because this doorway is if I did this, now these all line up better. Okay. I was listening. Thank you. Wait, why is this different? Oh, it's because I joined the wrong sectors. Here we go. Hold on a second. Let's do this. This does not need to have... There we go. There we go. These don't need to be split at all. Okay. How much time do I have left? I have 50 minutes left. So the stuff I'm doing right now is not really a good use of my time. I need to get out of this. But the problem is I'm also just getting a little fatigued from having mapped for the last 3 hours and some change. So it's like everything's working against me. Why are all these tagged Sector 23? What did I do that made all these tag as Sector 23? Who's living dead? Who's your mom? Got him. Could I have gotten away with one stairs? You know what I don't do? What I don't do is use the gradient tool for stairs. I wonder if I should. Just think about how much easier that is. How do I feel about the Mucus Flow music and its map? Well, for one thing, I have not actually played the Music Flow, or the Music Flow. I've not played the Music Flow. I've not played the Mucus Flow, the map. Like I've booted it up. I have played. I have looked at the map before. I've not tried to beat the map. Let me put it that way. I've not tried to beat the map, but I think I think it's a phenomenal piece of music. I appreciated the way that that Mount Payne spoke about it. I don't know how true that is to the actual authenticity of the map, but it felt very authentic in the way that he related to it. And I imagine that matches a lot of people's impressions of it. Gradient stairs are yucky. Yeah, I don't know if I love that. I don't know if I drew enough stairs to get clean 8 gradients. I need to stop messing around with this detailing, because I am legitimately running close to exhausting all my time, and I need to figure out this combat encounter. So let's do that now that I've done this mostly. And then I think what I'm going to do is like some copy and paste stuff for the The problem with my speed mapping game is that I always end up having like lame endings for my maps because I run out of time, and I'm like, all right, you just fight a fucking cyber demon, and there's a berserk pack. Yeah, that's what makes it interesting. A lamp monster. And I want to have something that's actually like interesting to end the map. Maybe I can salvage my my failures as a speed mapper. What's that? A Plutonia-style teleporter for the ending of the map? Yeah, this is going to be the exit. Perfect. It's so weird. I never really understood why it was like that. The sparkling thingies in the song reminds me of the mollusk from Ween. I know what song you're talking about, but it's not committed enough to my memory to know exactly what musical part you're talking about. I know this. I think I read your message a couple of minutes ago. I know you were talking about something a while ago, but. Map looking good. Looking forward to playing it and all the other ones. Thanks. I'm sure you'll play it. I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play it. I swear. I'm gonna play it. I promise. It's just what you said when I was in the playoffs, Dad, and you missed it then. I know, but this time's gonna be different, son. I promise. I promise, son. Guys, this is getting way too personal. This sounds too much like my life. Stop it. All right, I need to pause this for a second. Be back in just a moment. Okay. I really gotta move. I gotta move. I think I can get this in good shape though. I believe in myself. I think I know what I'm doing. I think I have an idea of what I'm doing. So I am, you know, slightly concerned that there's parts of the map I won't get to do as much as I wanted to with. And anybody who watches the VOD who was present yesterday when I was talking shit about the amount of time you had, and now I'm over here like struggling to finish this on time, can relish in that. If that's the kind of person you are. If you're a bad person, I mean. But I do feel pretty confident about what I'm trying to do right now, so hopefully I'll be okay. If I would stop doing stuff like this. So this is going to be a switch. It opens something over here. This will be like kind of the end. And we'll have a couple of stages of like this fight. So let's The thing is, legitimately, I do feel like an hour is enough time to do all the things that I want to do, and and it should have been. And again, like balancing and stuff doesn't really count, so. Okay, And this interestingly solves a problem where I wasn't totally sure what I wanted to do with the edge of this area. So I know that I don't want the player to get over there, and they can't now, so that's good. I need a barrier probably here. I need to make sure that I detail this in a way that I like. You know what? I want to make this a block. I'll just only make the interior that weird shape. Perfect. And then I can do my cool little light trick. Fill out the details. I'm a bad person, real. I'm sorry you're not allowed on the stream anymore then. Just gotta leave. No, I'm kidding. I'll abide a scumbag or two here. It's fine. As long as it doesn't get too crowded with scumbags, I'll be okay. So, for people who want 100% kills, I need to crush the arch file. The question is, when do I want to do that? I'm going to do a rehash of that fight at the beginning of the map, I think. Really appreciate the beige look. Thanks. I think it's got a cool vibe. I do really just like the way this texture looks. Is this Cyrus? I need to look. Cyrus Wanderlust. There's a band called Wild Beasts that also has a song called Wanderlust that I really like. I think they broke up a few years ago. One of those, like, we kind of just ran the course on our band concept, so we're done kind of things. Doesn't sound anything like this song, but it's one that I like a lot. But you know what? A nice Cyrus song to kind of pick up the energy. Always a welcome development. Hazard, that's what it's called. Wait, 25? What am we at? 24. It really bothers me that, like, all the blocks are not lined up properly. What do I need to do to fix this? I need to bring this down, and then upper and lower and peg that. Oh, fuck. I already adjusted the height of this once, didn't I? So I actually need to come back down. Just some quick adjustments. Shouldn't be too much. Yeah, there we go. Y2K-ish, yeah. Now, all I need is some, you know, naked statues kind of thing. Whatever the Macintosh. What is that? What is the album? The quintessential Vaporwave album? I thought it was something Macintosh in it. I know what it is, and I'm just having one of those moments where I feel like I put myself on the spot and I can't think of the name. That was an alarm going off. I don't know if my mic picked that up, but I have an alarm to take my medicine. Floral Shop by Macintosh Plus. Yeah, thank you. It's quintessential. I know that it's slightly cringe that I can't remember it off the top of my head, but it is what it is. 25. Okay, so that's going to open up. We're going to get some monster closets that also open up as a consequence. And they will be inset to the wall so that the player has a little bit of a suspicion that monster closets will open up here. I like telegraphing these types of things sometimes. I'm into beige tech base. What are your hobbies? Beige. Like beige? Like the color beige? Yeah. Beige. Just beige. Why? I've just never heard anybody have a color as their hobby before. Why is that weird? No, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Look, I'm not an expert on this kind of thing. That's... Guy's into beige. What do you want me to say, man? It's fine. It's not what I would be into, but he's not hurting anybody. He's just really into beige. I'm into beige, and I'm into magnets. Guys, 29 minutes. I'm actually running out of time. This is not good. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I'm on a hope and a prayer now. I haven't actually done the fight for the other blueprint either. Oh, boy kiss. What is this one's called? Shoot the boy kisser. I don't condone that at all, by the way. That's just the name of the MIDI. The corpse got a twisted sense of humor, so... Still don't understand why I have all these sectors labeled 23. Like, I thought I got rid of all that. I don't understand why they keep showing up labeled 23. Also, you can probably tell by the fact that I'm like just not talking as much that I am now focusing really hard on just trying to finish this on time. Because I did waste a lot of time. I talked arrogantly about how I wasn't concerned about running out of time. Multiple times I did that. Now I must pay for my hubris. Like, legitimately, why does it keep... I don't know what's going on. Oh yeah, we got cursed tellies. Okay, so that'll crush the arch file. Hopefully that works. I mean, technically I'll get to play test it and it won't count against my time, but let's see. "21 minutes. Jesus Christ. I really come down to the wire every time. I don't know which the main box of plasma cell tokens. Okay. Yeah, this is a little spam, but these guys are like so easy to kill, so I'm hoping you just blow them up with the rocket launcher. Is that sector 27? Okay. man. Coming down to the wire for real. Where was the telly barrel? Here we go. Okay, that's good. That's good. Oh man, I am just really coming down to the wire. I really thought I was going to have a lot more time than I actually have. But you know what? This is fine. I'm still not like overly stressed out. All the balancing and stuff that I need to do sounds like it's going to come out in the wash, so I'm not super concerned. What is this sector? I have made this sector 25, so this needs to be 25. And that's 24. Okay. Just need to make sure I have a decent amount of ammunition, and I think let's see. There we go. I was trying to hit hotkeys and I kept like just typing in the box anyways. Oh, here's Womp. Who was talking about Womp earlier? Here's this song. There we go. Flak jacket. Womp. Womp womp. Absolutely awesome song. Eater, what's up? Watching me struggle to finish this up in the 11 minutes I have left. This is like a very fitting song. I'm like, I gotta make it. I gotta hurry. I hope I didn't forget anything like super critical. Spam steer builder and trust. Yeah. I'm not actually... So, I think the map is done gameplay-wise. I'm just trying to see if I can get some good last-minute detailing in first. And there's a few other things I need to do that I don't think really count much against the time. See you, Lord Entropy. How do I feel about P-Corf's music? I honestly don't really think about P-Corf's music much at all. I don't really know any of his tracks off the top of my head. I've never really crossed paths with him. I don't know the names of any of his major stuff. He's one of the few people I just don't have a strong opinion about, I guess. I don't know if one of the few people. He's a person I don't seem to have a strong opinion about. Copy and paste to the rescue, baby. Yo. Copy and paste to the rescue. All right, let's do a quick run through. Elevators to get back up. This fight, this area, this is now a fight-ish. Oh, I need some stuff in here. I need equipment and ammunition and stuff. I think I'm going to have primarily boxes of ammo, just because you could technically come here without getting the super shotgun or the rocket launcher. So we'll make sure there's lots of ammo. And then we'll put some health. And I'll put some armor. What else? This will make an arch file pop up when you get this thing. Not that exciting. In here, I need to do a little detailing. I wanted to use this texture more, I just didn't. So let's bring it back a little bit. Minutes. Coming on down to the wire. Working on more Sojourner. Nice, nice. Very sick WAD so far. I regretfully have not had any... I won't say I haven't had time. I have had time. I have not had the inclination to play it yet. And that is not an insult against the WAD. I just want to make sure that I play it when I'm in a proper mood to play it. And I figured you'd probably agree with something like that. But I think... I'm looking forward to when I am in the mood for it. Two minutes and 38 seconds. I wonder if this timer's gonna like make a noise or something when it's done. I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen, guys. I fucked up. I joined the sector together and I didn't mean to. I'm gonna run out of time. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No. No, 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 no. I thought I had more time. All right, I think I have to call it here. No, I'm out of time. That's the whole map, regardless of if it's finished. All right, I'm gonna sneak a couple things in. This, I'm gonna sneak it in. Don't you dare tell on me. Okay. I have no choice but to like try to test the map now. Yeah, I'm going to do a couple more things. I mean, there's a couple things that I need to do for the map to be functional anyways. Okay. Actually, what I'm going to do before I do anything, 323 monsters. Let's turn the music on. I'm not totally satisfied with all this detailing, but it's going to have to do. Oh, I never finished this. Looks great, honestly. Thank you, Eater. I appreciate that. Especially coming from you, who you are one of the goated mappers in terms of just incredible aesthetics, so I appreciate that quite a bit. Speed up the game clock a little bit. I have no idea how long this is actually going to take. It's supposed to take 1 minute. Oh no. Why did that inherit the ceiling? I'll have to figure that out. Oh, there's supposed to be a blueprint here. Did I already pick it up? What happened? I must have deleted it by accident. Alright. Let me go back through here. No, I must. What happened to it? Did I just pick it up and I'm just a bonehead and I didn't? I don't know what's going on. I'm confused and I don't know what's going on. Oh, this is. No, this is the correct blueprint. Oops, sky transfer. No, no, it's supposed to be a floor transfer. Oh, I know what's going on here. Wait, do I? I'll have to figure that out. It's inheriting the sky from something. All right, what I'm going to do, I need to do a few things. I need to feed my dog. I need to take my medicine that my alarm went off like 35 minutes ago. And, yeah, so I'm going to do those couple of things. Let's put up a message. Let's see. Visible text to... Now testing and adjusting. Okay, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okay. Let's see where we're at. Alright, I think what I'm going to do is try to tidy up a few things. Kind of do like a last minute play test. I'll probably do balancing and stuff at another time. Oh. Okay. So I guess so for the folks that are still here, it seemed like I had a pretty hard drop off, which is totally fine. Do a little bit of testing here and see how the rest of this goes. So what else was I going to do? So I did the sky transfers. I thought there was something else I wanted to do real quick, but I'll probably remember just as soon as I get into the game. I really don't like that at all. Skip the secret. What MIDI is used for this level? It is a MIDI that I have not released for anything else yet. It's called Burning Light. I wrote it last year. That's not true. I sequenced this MIDI last year. I actually wrote this song several years ago. But I sequenced it for MIDI last year. Oh, okay, this is gonna be rough. And yeah, I wrote this song, and I had some ideas. I really wanted to make a map where all the lights were like flashing in time with this song, but I just never got around to it. And instead of letting this song just continue to languish, I probably won't get around to making the map that I wanted for this. I just decided to use it for this. Whew, this map is spicy. Probably stand to put some clips down here or something. This would be one of the bespoke contributions. I mean, in a way, but I didn't make this MIDI for this project. I'm just debuting this MIDI in this project. Oh, I never made this a lift. So I'm gonna have to fix that. By the way, I don't rewind scum while I'm playing Doom most of the time, unless it's just like a very obvious kind of time to use it, but when I'm testing, it's different. Okay, that was nasty. This fight might be fucking cooked. Cause I got murked immediately. Wait, why are these guys coming out here? I thought these guys were set for a different teleporter. Alright, I don't know why that's broken. I must have got my teleport destinations wrong. Yeah, I guess I got these wrong. So that's unfortunate. This is mega fucking cooked right now. This is ridiculous. Also, the timer on that is wrong because I put it on slow. I put it at 2100 map unit differential, and I feel like that was longer than 1 minute. How long is this going to take? Okay. Gotta fix that sky transfer. I don't know why that happened. Alright, that works. My main goal right now is just that everything works. I'm not going to be able to test for soft locks or anything else. Alright, I have something weird going on there. I should have had Telly's come out when I grabbed the blueprint, the other blueprint. Oh, you know what? I need to place some rockets elsewhere so that it makes sense that you know, got the rocket launcher for some reason. Some extra shells and stuff. I know I turned God mode on a while ago. I realized that just the balancing was pretty busted, so you know, I'll come back and test it again. Okay, so now all the blueprints have been acquired, which is good. This guy's doing nothing, man. That's kind of lame. There's probably a better monster to do for that. Oh, and I never put anything here, or put any threats on this. I should probably try to do that. So I need to put some rockets here, because that's the idea, is that we'll get some rockets or something. This is cooked. But the aquarium looks good. The aquarium actually looks great. Okay, so the Archvile does not appear to be able to resurrect these guys. I need to fix that. This is kind of cooked. I don't know how good this actually is right now. Creepy Telly isn't doing anything. Is he stuck? I guess he's stuck. so satisfying. Oh, whoops. Okay. Well, I got a lot of stuff to figure out, but I think that worked pretty... I mean, that it works. The map is completable. There's some things that are broken. Balancing is totally cooked. But I think it's doable. I think it's in a pretty reasonable state. It's certainly a map you could, like, turn in. Well, except for the broken lift and some other stuff, but... ooh, what's this? I haven't seen this map before. I think overall I'm pretty satisfied with it. The only major thing with detailing that I don't really like is... Well, I don't like that I just copy and pasted all these. Wish I would have done better than that. Maybe I can rotate these at least. This thing is like the major thing that I think just looks kind of bad. I wish I had done more with the plants, but I ran out of time for that. Some of the monster closets could have been decorated a little bit better, but it's kind of whatever at this point. Maybe I'll touch those up before the map's totally submitted. And then, you know, just so the other random odds and ends, like whatever the fuck's going on with this. And I didn't get any monsters here, which I wanted to do. So I'll probably put a few here just to kind of keep it. That's basically it. I'm going to end the stream here. I think for the purposes of streaming, making the map, it's more or less been achieved. And the rest of it is just the odds and ends that I'm going to do as a... you know, as I balance it and play test it. So thanks so much for watching the stream. I had quite a few people here at one point, so that was nice. That was cool, man. But that's it. I'm going to end it, and I don't know when I'll stream again. At some point I'll get the